That went to overtime, man. God damn it, the video's longer than 5 minutes. What the hell, Chad? Gotta trim it out. Can't be doing this. Can't be doing this. Wait. No, we're 5 minutes and 50 seconds in. Hold on. Because I delay it by 15 seconds. Huh. Wait, maybe that did work out. Now I don't know. Now I do not know. This guy called me old? Well, I didn't. The bump dude did. Didn't get mentioned on the bump. Well, you can't get mentioned in every single bump. I had a burp there. Yeah, hey, listen, no fun facts means tomorrow things might change in the bump. It might be pre-planned. He really used to be rich. Look at all the gas he's using. Yeah. I ran out of ideas for that ending portion. I was like, I'm just going to find a clip from when I was driving in GTA. I'm just going to put it in there. Who is today's sponsor? I miss it. Guess you're going to have to see another time. Guess you might have to check on another miraculous day. This is like... I feel like this bump was kind of lower in my ratings. I think it was okay. It had some funny moments. Mostly the sponsor segment. Not in my top 5. Damn, we already have 7. It's been 7 weeks of bumps. I thought that it would only like go to 3 and then we'd be done. There's a cool fact that most streamers quit within their first 5 months of starting content creation. And content creators in general, like TikTok and whatnot, they quit before the first year. Very interesting. You know, we've been at it then. We're better than the majority, it seems. A huge majority, because I think it's like 85% or something like that. Some shit like that. It's crazy. Did you know, on this day, in 1976, the U.S. reintroduced the discontinued and ever popular $2 bill to mark the nation's bicentennial. The bill carries a portrait of Thomas Jefferson, born on April 13th, 1743. Whoa, dude, that's pretty freaking cool, man. Whoa, dude, it's so pretty freaking. I actually think I have a $2 bill here somewhere. I might. I also have... Was it like the dollar coin? Those are a lot less rare, right? Yeah, I remember specifically. I think I went to Walmart or some shit. I think it was Walmart. And they were like, hey, bro, here's your change. And it was a $2 bill. I'm like, what the? This shit real, bro? You gave me like scam, fake money. No, we got it checked though. It was real. I went to a bank and I was like, is this real or no? And they're like, yeah, bro. Yeah, it's just real, bro. It's a double fun fact. Not only the 2 bill, but also Thomas Jefferson's birthday. Yeah. Look at that. April 13th, man, 1743. Crazy. Crazy. Yo, no princess. What's going on? What's going on? What's up? What's good? Damn, am I allowed to play this? Dude, oh my god. All right, so there's an uploaded video on Everything Koyo Red on YouTube of me reacting to the entire Nurture album by Porter Robinson. And this song was the final one. I don't know how that video didn't get taken down. I don't know. This song is a Japan exclusive. I had no idea because I was using a Japanese Spotify account so that I could listen to it. What is it? 13 hours before it actually released in North America. Now all these artists do these global releases. No early releases. It's just a global time. Pisses me off, man. Pisses me off. Gotta work tonight. What the hell? What is tonight? What does tonight count as? What is tonight? What is tonight to you, my friend? One, two, three. Look at that. Holy moly. That's a deep question. No, it's not. No, it's not. Come on, man. Bro, there's like there's like cayenne lodged in my throat. What the hell? Why? Which number was better, 6 or 7? Well, obviously 7, because 7, 8, 9. They became more powerful. They're like Cell from Dragon Ball. That's not even a question. What did 6 do? Nothing. 6 did 9. Guess what? 9 got consumed by 7. Duh. Also, 7's a lucky number. You know what 6 is? 3 of them is an unlucky number. 4 is also an unlucky number. Oh, you can't just type that there. What the juice is sour? You just summoned Satan in our Twitch chat. Oh my god. That's crazy. That is crazy, man. Do 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 do. Meow 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 meow. Oh my god. So how's everyone's weekend? Good? Bad? Terrible? Great? Everyone have a good weekend? Hopefully. I hope so. It's good? Hell yeah. I feel like I didn't do much, but I actually did do. The Masters. Yeah, golf. Oh my god. This guy's golfing. Was way better than the previous one? Nice, good. My sleep was not better during this weekend than my previous one, that's for sure. But I forced myself awake early. Trying to like fix my schedule here a little bit. And then I broke it again, so. Oops. My best friend, girlfriend of 10, broke up with him. I'm going to be really honest with you. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. But if you're going to date someone and you hit the 10-year mark and you still haven't proposed, if you aren't married at that point, I don't know. I would also break up, regardless of the side. Dude, if I was the dude and I didn't propose 10 years into a relationship, I think I would break up too. I'd be like, you know what? I'm too stupid for this. 10 years. That a hot take? It might be. I don't know. I mean, listen, I know not everyone's about like marriage, but 10 years? Jesus Christ. I think you're pushing it at like 5 years. In all honesty. I think 5 years is like the limit. I think I went 5 years with Mrs. Sylvia before. Hey, 5 years. I think that is the limit. 4? I mean, 5 years is still fine. I think the after, like, when you hit like just about to enter 6 years, I feel like that's a long time. I don't know. To me, it feels like you're just unsure. Maybe I'm digging in too deep. I don't know. My longest relationship was 2 years. Honestly, to be fair, in those 2 years, I don't know if I thought about proposing even once. I don't think I did. Dude, even the era of like dating has become so short term, it feels like. Crazy. I mean, I say that, but 10 years. It's impressive. 10 years is impressive. But your friend is probably your age, so if they were together for 10 years, they were still young enough. Dude, I thought I would marry my first high school girlfriend. I was like, oh yeah, this is it. I think about it today, I'm like, oh hell no. Oh god, no. Jesus Christ. Dodged. They were together before me and Mrs. Snowball met. Well, yeah, 10 years versus the 5. Yeah, no, I get that. To a degree, I only know 2 high school sweethearts that they weren't even sweethearts. It's actually really weird. They didn't talk in high school. They had a lot of drama. Then they got together after high school, and then they got married. And then recently they had a kid. And it's like, it's so weird to think about because I knew the both of them pretty well. Pretty well. Crazy, man. Crazy. T. What's up, bros? Rivals to lovers? Yeah, almost. It was basically that. It really was. Well, almost. I would say there was there were some like in between moments where it wasn't exactly. I don't want to listen to the song. Oh God, I'm getting PTSD from. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead, Iris. You go ahead. You pop off. Good to see you guys today, man. What's up? What's up? I hope we liked the bump today. I thought it was okay. I feel like I put more effort into the previous ones, but I don't know. I'm kind of like not running out of ideas, but I'm running out of things to change it up. That's why I kind of added the video at the end. But I don't know. It's a May. Rivals to lovers. She was like a senior and we were, was it juniors? A year younger? I always forget. It's like it's sophomore, freshman, junior, senior, right? Or is it freshman, sophomore, junior, senior? I think I always mix up freshman and sophomore. I think freshman's first, right? Because they're fresh to it. Freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Yes, I think that's it. Yes. Dude, you know freaking what? Wait, I forgot the link. We're gonna do this today. Let's see about pro. I have to scroll through all of the Wordles. I tried to redirect where the Wordle starts, and it didn't work. I'm pissed. We wouldn't even be able to change channels. Frick Wordle. Dude, freak Wordle. I'm scrolling up. You know, why didn't I just look up from? What? What did they do to the searching? Okay, I got it. Here we go. Personally, I'm a professional, so prepare yourselves. One cannot compare to my VTuber knowledge. Oh my god. And we're gonna start with the real and only true VTuber. Nanashi Mume. Well. Shit. Okay, they didn't graduate. And they're female. It's all I got. Less than 1.2 mil on YouTube. Taller than 5'1". Dude, that's like... Come on. They're not from Hololive. And it looks like they won't have a... Oh, they might... I think they're what is it? Independent? I think Numi has more than 1.2 mil. Not YouTube. As their main streaming platform. I'm actually gonna guess. No, can't be Shy Lily. 5'3". Damn, taller than 5'3"? English. Independent. Yeah, what's the name of the German girl? The German VTuber I always sent you. I always forget her name. Hold on, different song. It's one tall creature? Seriously, for a VTuber? 5'3"? Taller than 5'3"? I don't remember her name. I don't want to Google it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Probably humanoid, I'm assuming, is the answer here that we're looking for. Probably humanoid. Underworld Mammal Fiend. I don't think it's Shy Lily. I think Shy Lily has way more than 409k. I know that I guessed Onigiri, and she's like under her own like Giri Corp thing, so we're not gonna guess her. It could it be Grimmy? English. Active. I don't know how tall Grimmy is. Oh, before 2021. No, I don't think it's Grimmy. 2020. Damn. Could be Snuffy? I think Snuffy is more than 400 and... We're gonna get Snuffy anyway. What? Okay, between... Okay. Well, Mammal, we got that. Yeah, I figured it'd be more. Oh, she's 5'1". Krelly. Oh, it could be. English and something else. Grimmy's Finnish? No, Grimmy's American. Just full-fledged Americano. Also, I keep guessing American. Yeah, just as how you're right. Dude, I only know American VTubers? Rose would be... No, Rose is more than... I would assume. I think. Rose is Canadian. I think. under this category. Could it be... Oh, what? I forgot she's under the... Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Alright, female VTuber. How about, is Bino under here? Oops. No, Bino's not under here. Frick. We're gonna try Japanese. I'm gonna try Japanese. The problem is, I think I only know... No, Henya would be... It wouldn't be independent. Because I think Henya's under a corp now anyway. Oh, God. I'm thinking of independent... non-American... Rainho? I feel like Rainho is more than... Mammal. God damn it. It's not Rainho. Who's a mammal VTuber? Ein Lotta. Yeah, but the problem is... Oh, she's not even there. Scoo. Oh. Wait, is she a... Ah! I don't think she's a human. Or a mammal. Mammal? How many mammal VTubers do I know? Thinking. I mean, it's not raccoon either. Damn. I'm stumped. I feel like I gotta just guess random ones now. Just because, like, mammal is killing me here. We don't even know the nationality, man. I'm gonna guess... I'm gonna guess... Bao? No, because nationality is Americano. Or is Bao not originally from... Neuro? Yeah. Right. Active, independent VTuber that Twitch primarily has less than 409k, less than 1.2 mil. A mammal. Oh. Oh, God. No, not Lily. Lily definitely has more than... I mean, we could just... I'm trying to think of an independent Japanese VTuber that's not Henya. I follow so many, but I'm not trying to... I'm not looking them up. I was gonna guess Roka Roran, but that's... She's an Idol Corp or whatever, right? You know what? Sure, let's guess Scoo-chan. Mythic Sheer Kwan. Wow, less than 282k. I'm done. We're lost already. There's no way I know anyone smaller than that. There's no way. Do I really? No feline, cat, alien, raccoon, demon, human, owl, concept, god, goddess, celestial, divine, avian. Oh. Well, Mythic Talent, I feel like that barely counts. It's a talent agency. It's not like a VTuber. Dude, I feel like... I don't know. Apartment 103. Oh my god. Oh, we shouldn't have. We didn't even have to. Whatever. Also, 2020, 2021, they debuted. What? Are we sure they're predominantly Twitch? Well, they're five. What? They're between 5'4" and 5'3" centimeters. We're between 161. I don't know the height of VTubers. I don't know. Oh, I do know Smugalana. Alas, not an answer. Chroma shift. Dude. I'm gonna guess last week's. Froggy Hoppins. Well, not Australian. Wow, what? Okay, wait, if I know Froggy... Wait, less than 55k? Oh, God. No, it's not me. Dude! Well, no, Leafeon's is not... Why am I even surprised is a thing? What do you mean? VTubal. Could be like anyone. I mean, at this point... Yeah. Why is Numi's thing a pregnant woman? Hey, don't question Numi, alright? You watch yourself. You watch it there, buddy. Buckaroo. We're looking for a mammal VTuber with less than 55,000 followers that debuted between 2020 and 2021. I feel like I know so many OG VTubers, but none of them fall under that category. A mammal? We should have just guessed. We get hints soon. Is there a reason? She kind of just thought it was funny. English is one of the answers. That is why yellow means close. That one of the answers here are correct. So it is an independent English something. We don't know the nationality. Mammal. This is empty. This is not empty. The subcategory. So it's a mammal something. Obviously mammal something. It's gonna be like, can't be Leafeons. I don't think it's, sorry, definitely has more than 55k. What about English Spanish? I don't know any English Spanish VTubers. How old is, no, Camilla's an imp. Yeah, also sorry is not a mammal, true. Cerber. I have no idea who that is. Sure. Nope, they're not a canine. They are not British. That's also Mythic Talent. God damn it, Mythic Talent. She's American? The canceled one. Okay, I'm gonna guess, Hold on. Thinking. Processing in my head. I'm gonna guess a Japanese VTuber, but I want to think of one that's like a little bit more likely to be independent. The problem is I don't know a lot of independent Japanese VTubers. And the one that I would guess has like 5,000 followers. I don't even remember her name. The mouse one, like the wolf guy boyfriend? I have no idea. Oh, the cancel. I just okay. Well, hold on. It could be. Yeah, the Twitch part is hard for me as well. All my VTubers, well, actually, most of these that I guess are on Twitch. The majority. Let's do. We're just gonna toss one in to see if they're Japanese. We're gonna guess Suisei. This is not correct. Actually, yeah, let's just guess it. Are they Japanese? What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, YouTube is right. That's her primary. They're in Aries, guys. We're really out here now. They're not Japanese. Mystic Light doesn't exist. Dude, not American, not Japanese. I don't know we need a Spanish VTuber. Come on, chat. Español, habla. Anybody? Is Yuland on this? I don't know if he would count as a VTuber under this, this. Spanish Miku. Cha-cha. You know what? Sure. Oh, that's American. Spanish is also not the answer. French? What's the rat girl? Yeah, of course she's not on here. What a surprise that she's not on here. All right, the hint. Oh. Oh. There's no way. Oh, that's the wrong nationality. I guessed anyway, but yeah, I'm useless here. You didn't put a single guess out. To be fair, I thought it was the Danish flag at first. I did too. It's Norway. Yeah. So do you know any Norwegian VTubers? Bino! What's her name? I'm checking my following list. I'm cheating now. Bino's from Norway! Is her name not Bino? It is. She's not on the list. I'm pissed. I typed in Bino a second ago. I have no clue who that is. Chewy introduced me to her. She's from Norway. I don't know any Norwegian VTubers. Watch the catch me that like they live in America, but they're from Norway. It's the annoying orange. I was about to guess the voice behind the annoying orange, and I'm really glad I didn't. Really glad I didn't. Really glad I didn't. Imagine he popped up here. Where's Ashton Martin from? I think they are from... Aren't they Australian? I'm guessing anyway. Oh, America. Rodent! We need a rat! We need a Norwegian rat! Come on, everybody! Norwegian rat! English Norwegian. Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you. Dude, I only know one rat VTuber and they got hard canceled. So I'm Beach Mouse. Beach Mouse. Zuma. What? Oh. Sure, man. Oh, he Googled it. He Googled it. He did it. Who the hell is this?
Hi. Hello. Hi. My name is Sum. I'm also known as Sum TM. I'm a Norwegian rat VTuber. I usually stream gaming, mostly shooter games.
Well, I'm gonna be really honest with you. There are many things pointing towards me never knowing this VTuber. Shooter is the big one.
You avenged me.
We're so few. It will be fine.
Yeah.
But I also like to sing. I think with a bit song lessons, I would probably make it really nicely.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
And I also do some illustrations.
Whoa!
My strongest suits.
Being completely unhinged.
Unpredictable, spontaneous.
I'm burning my house!
Another one, burning houses down.
Very good at burning houses down. Yeah, that's it.
When you up for VTubal, hey man, probably never. Probably never. I don't even think Leaf is on here. Beano's not on here. I think Beano's a popular VTuber. Popular enough. Then again, 17k followers. Wait, what? Rose Doodle's on here. Wow, 17k. Maybe Leaf is on here. I tried one time, though. They're very selective with their VTubers. By the way, English bird. This was green. This was green last time. Last time that I did this, I was trying to find a VTuber that also spoke bird. I'm like, what? And then it turns out it's just English. Bird isn't even real. Why'd they put that there? Got you baited. You got you baited. You got you baited. I don't know Cerber. And I don't know Zuma. I know everybody else here. Well, there you have it. I don't know when this resets. But I don't know my VTubers. There you go. I don't know my VTubers. Cerber's my top dog. Looking at Cerber's statistics here. 101,000 followers. Damn. 1,000. And before bird just means they do really high-pitched noises when get excited. No, that's just, it is like exclusive to Mume. Because I think it's just a meme. I don't know why it lit green though. But yeah. Norwegian. Well, I gotta branch on my VTuber knowledge, man. Clearly I don't know enough. What the hell? Man. Fuomoko. Juice sour. Bow bow. If you gotta scream, at least make sure the audio is set up for it. My audio is not set up for super loud. Nope. I made it very specifically cut out higher frequencies or whatever. Only because my microphone literally bugs out if I don't. So yeah. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be booting up Voices of the Void now. So, thanks for hanging out for my little stalling sesh. But it's time to game. And today, the gaming will be a game. I almost did debate doing GTA this week, or today, rather. But then I didn't. Yeah, but then I didn't. But then I simply did not. Hey, where did I go? Hey, who turned out the lights? Gaming a game. Video gaming a video game. I'm putting this away. Turn this off. Don't bug it out. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Capri Sun, Roaring Waters. I will never... Dude, Hearthstone sucks. Hearthstone was good when they had, like, 2 packs. Hell no to Hearthstone. I'm more likely, like, stream League of Legends. What the? It was 2 easy days? Rip. What are the answers? I only did the one where Froggy Hoppins was one of them, and then... Spoilers, but you can't... Can you even do Can you do the previous days? Oh, you can. Oh. Ooh, that's bad knowledge. Nanashi Mume. Hololive. Suisei. Oh, they changed Suisei. She's not just Hololive anymore. Oh, wait. No. Former independent. Frick. JP. JP Hololive. Subaru. Oh, that's Gen 2. Oops. Come on, we know Hololive, right, guys? Come on. Come on, guys. Come on, we know Hololive, right? Gen 2. What? Why doesn't she get a gen? What the freak? Avian. Oh, what's her name? Oh my god. The pink Hololive bird. Pink Hololive bird. I don't remember her name. Hold on, don't say it. Wait, it's not only it's wait, hold on. Oh, there's a third language. Oh my god. Pink hair. Bird VTuber. It starts with an L, I think. Oh my god. It's like, I see it! I see her! In my brain! No, Lammy's the... Frick! Dude! Oh my god. I can visualize her, but I don't remember her name. I don't remember her name. Yeah, she has some good bangers. I'm cooked. Oh my god. Dude, she was like one of the last collabs with Mume. They just kind of chilled. Not Toa. No, guys, Hololive. Guys, what are you doing, huh? You're throwing. Toes and Hololive. Bird. Yeah, Pippa. Leafeons. Yep, that's Hololive. What is her name? Oh! Louis. Oh, dude. Get the shit out of my... Yeah. Yep. That's the one right there. Yeah. I'm a bit of a professional when it comes to my Hololive knowledge. Yeah. I'm gonna do this one right here. I'm gonna guess... Ooh, what? Not Hololive, but EN. Rokororin. Question mark nationality? I don't know the name of like Nijisanji VTubers. I don't remember any of the names. What's her name? God, I don't remember any Nijisanji. I'm gonna guess Doki. Okay, Twitch and YouTube. Lumi. What? Does that mean Face Connect? That's the only Face Connect I know. Oh god. Oh my god, you're right. Pippa. Okay. I mean, that was a really good guess. Gen 1 Face Connect. Origin S. YouTube Twitch. English and something else. Mammal. But not a rabbit. Any Face Connect knowers? I don't know my Face Connect. Those are the only two I know. I forgot that she was even in Face Connect. I'll be honest. Pip up. I'm thinking. I'm mostly thinking of like... God, what was the name of the, Dude, are they all blonde? I just thought about it in my head. I'm thinking of, like, the appearances of some of them. I think the name was, like, Rinko. Is she Gen 1? Is she even Face Connect? Dude, they're all blonde! Okay, I was right. What? Oh, right. Tenma. Great. Hey, good guess, man. I have no idea who the hell that is. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, and we're gonna do the 10th. Tenma balls! Oh my god. We're gonna guess Nanashi Mume. What? Should we say? What? Hololive and something else. Male. Oh. We're cooked. Koyo Red. Yeah, I'm Hololive. Yeah, Koyo Red. Yeah, Aiko. Ruse. Yeah, sure, this guy. Oh, Hollow Stars is its own thing. Dude, I don't know any of the Hollow Stars. Probably Gen 1. Dude, they just got, like, well, I would say screwed over, but, I mean, they did, but. An Oshi mark is like their little emoji, basically. That, like, signifies their brand, I guess. We used to have an Oshi mark. I mean, it was a raccoon emoji and a gear. I'm trying to think of other Hollow Stars. I like vividly see one in my head, but I can't remember their name. It's like the red-haired one. I don't know the gens. Oh, I do remember one. This guy. Great. Okay, Gen 1. What was the red-haired ones? Is it like Miyabi? I think this is the one. Oh, they're JP. They're from EN. I'm a little lost here. I don't know my ENs. They're still active. Damn, 2019. Holy hell. EN? Not American. EN, Hololive, well, Hollow Stars. Human. What's the Axel? This guy's Googling. Who the hell even is this? Whatever. Let's just, you know what? Google it is. Google it is. I think I'm satisfied. Okay, one more. Last one. Mume is probably one that already happened, but oh god, they graduated. Okay, they're not. Twitch. Wait, bigger I don't think they're corpo. They're independent? Female VTuber, English. Graduated? I think they're independent. Wait. Hiatus? Maybe they're on a hiatus? Oh, man. Not graduated, hiatus. Oh, God. American. They have quite the following. What the hell? I don't... Well, it's not Kumi. Kumi's not on a hiatus. Is Kumi on here? She is. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm thinking Doki, but I'm thinking past... Well, no. No, it wouldn't make sense. It's graduated. Well, I'm actually trying to see if I can get this in the second guess. The problem is, there's a lot of VTubers who went on hiatus. Most of them indefinite. American VTuber. Oh, dude. Who the hell do I follow? I'm thinking off the top of my head. I keep thinking of the ones that got canceled, but... No, Fillion's not been gone since April 2025. No. Oh, wait, but it's before... No. No, we're good, we're good. No, yeah, it's a big number. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I want to get this in second guess. I don't think I will. It's not Fillion. No way. I don't know. I'm looking at my shelf as if that would help me in some sort of way. I have a guess. You can guess in the chat if you want. I won't lock anything in yet. I'm honestly just thinking off the top of my head. I don't think we'll get this in the second guess. Well, they are on YouTube. See, that's the thing. Their main platform is Twitch. But they have more than 1.2 million subscribers. But she's not on hiatus. Reaper. Not anymore. This update's pretty quick. That narrows it down. Dude. I mean, they're probably independent because it doesn't even have like a potential gen thing. So it's an independent American English-speaking female VTuber. With more than 1.2 million subscribers. And under 5'1", I guess. For whoever that helps. Anyone go back to school or something? I don't know. They're also only English speaking. So anyone, I was thinking like someone in maybe the Numi group. Why can't I think of any? What if this is like they went into an indefinite hiatus, but they didn't graduate because they joined a corpo? I feel like they wouldn't do that here, but maybe they would. 2025 though? Well, no. It could be way before. Oof. We don't even have like any in-between dates yet. No, but that counts as graduated. The Doki fiasco. With her old name. Huh. You know what? I actually don't think I have any solid guesses. Was it the same time frame? I mean, I don't know, because I don't remember when she debuted. Also, I mean, it could be Mythic. Mythic talent is still a thing. But also, Mouse can speak Spanish. We're looking for English only. Full on English only. American. Yeah, true. It can't be Doki. I mean, honestly, Reaper's got the most solid guess, but her hiatus ended. I don't know if she speaks other languages. You're doing a quiz right now? Oh my god. Status is gonna be hiatus, right? I mean, maybe we're completely wrong. No, because there's an actual date. We'll go to voices. This is the last one, and we're gonna do voices. All right, to hell with it. Wait, what? Oh, not available. Okay, fully independent, English Twitch, female, more than... Oh, I thought... Oh. Okay. So not Mythic Talent. Well, actually, this is former. Huh. Also, before 2021. Different song. Sure, man. I feel like I don't actually have any guesses, man. I thought I did, but... No, Iron Mouse is not in a hiatus. Also, Iron Mouse speaks Spanish as well. I think we're looking fully independent. So Iron Mouse, it can't be anyone that was formerly in an agency. I think V Shoujo still counts as former. Hmm. Someone that went into hiatus before April 2025. Yeah, I think they are human. And we don't have any other information to go off of. They don't really have a specific species theme, and they don't have a subcategory. Hey, huge 100. Hell yeah, man. I got a 90 on my math quiz. Got my first exam for computers due this week. Should be pretty easy. C++. American English speaking Twitch. Female in a hiatus at the moment. Dude. Who went like, who went dark? Who went quiet? Who? The problem is there's so many VTubers that have like gone to this hiatus. What's up, Ghost? Saba would be YouTube, I think, primarily. There is a VTuber I was thinking of, but I think they're like perma gone. I think they graduated. I'm scared to see if they're on this list. They're not. Okay. Huh. And a really early debut month year for an independent. I feel like this is a big VTuber, man. More than 1.2 million subscribers. Huh. I don't know. I mean, oh, that's a good point. Oh, but nationality. You know what? We're gonna guess Vey anyway. Indefinite hiatus. For sure. I almost didn't get this and had to explode myself. It's tough. Yeah, indefinite hiatus. Independent. I'm assuming fully independent. No former or anything. American. English speaking Twitch. More than what? More than 1.1 million followers on Twitch? Who is this? Who is this? What? This is a big VTuber. What? Twitch doesn't have 1 million users? It does. It has so many, but like... Oh my god, they debuted before 2020. Dude, what? I'm thinking OGs. Well, not OGs, but OG enough. Dude, look at their hiatus. Like this can be anywhere between whenever they. I mean, obviously, but like, it can still be anywhere within the last 5. Well, not last, but 5 years. Like, it'd still be 2025. This is crazy. Why can't I think of a VTuber right now? That's on a long. This is. Who got canceled? Independent VTuber that got canceled. Come on. What? I always see the hiatus announcements like, oh yeah, there's another one. There goes another one. Another one bites the dust. Dude. My brain keeps saying Kizuna Ai, but she's back, and also, that's not English. Primary platform is Twitch. Like, I'm thinking back to VR chat. Yeah, she came back as well. I feel like Twitch VTubers typically do some VR chatting. At least, I mean, it's not helping me because I know so many. What? Who's on hiatus right now? That's a big V. Like, dude, Shy Lily's still streaming. Mouse is still streaming. Those are also 2 bad examples because they're not American. Numi streams. Yeah, a big VTuber before April 2020 on hiatus. What? I didn't think I'd be this stumped. I was ready to go to voices after this. What if this is a... What if this is... Hold on. I'm looking at these dates very, very, very... Okay, we might need to think people who entered a corpo. We might need to think of a VTuber that might be... Hmm. I have a guess, but I feel like I need to know the something. I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna Google it. Doobie. Well, Doobie still streams. At the moment. That is a good guess, though. I think it would be former. Well, this is like affiliated. I don't know how that would work. My guess is going somewhere like before they joined something like Hololive. Because a long hiatus like that, potentially. Oh, wait, do they not even have? Is she on hiatus or is she graduated? No, wait, that's Japanese. What am I? English. What am I doing? American. Damn it. Oh, man, dude, what? Oh, wait, all my guesses are wrong then, because they don't... I'm starting to, like, scroll through EN in my brain. These are jumbo. Look at these numbers. This is a big VTuber. No, there's no way. No. No. She streams. Is Shondo on a hiatus? Well, I was thinking... God, why am I so stumped? Look at these numbers, dude. This is crazy. Like, I can't. Juice of Sour knows the answer. When's the hiatus? We don't know, but it's before April 28th, 2025. Look at their debut. It's before 2020. This is an OG. In quotes. What? Why am I stumped? Why am I stumped? Why? Do I just not know VTubers after all? They have more than 1 million subscribers and followers. No, I mean, we don't know, Reaper. The hiatus, so this is the start when they debuted, and this is when the hiatus started. So, like, they could have debuted anywhere before April 12th, 2020, and then they could have gotten a hiatus, like, a month later. For all we know. I'm kind of convinced that this is a VTuber that was big and went on a hiatus because they joined somewhere, probably. It's my theory. A game theory. I am scrolling through a certain category of EN in my brain, but I just can't guess anyone that also only speaks English. Dude, you will not believe, like, the images that went in my head when this happened. I was like, huh. English speaking. I sure want... Hey, Ghost. Hey, man. Good guess earlier, man. That... I don't know why I didn't put that with... Yeah, that makes sense. Wow. Damn. You see what I mean, though? Look at that. Damn. Dude, like, the way that just went in my head was crazy. It was like an image of one of their VTubers, and it like flashed, and it went to one of Ghost Guess's, and I'm like, wait a second. And as I was speaking, out of my literally as I was speaking, I saw this smug image in my head. I'm like, wait a second. I know who this is. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I almost want to do another one, but I want to play voices. But what if I did one more? These are addicting. I kind of want to see, how long has this been running? Dude, voices just like froze. It's paused in the background at the moment, I think. Since the first? Oh, wait, is this like, it only just, oh, yeah. Oh, damn. One more. I actually don't think any of these are going to be Mume. No, she doesn't freaking count. Damn it. Sabar. Why is it dashed out? Are they like... So they're Gen 0? Huh? What do you mean I guess. $2 million. More than 2 million, but less than 2.9. Could be Toa. The debut date, I don't remember. Oh, really? I thought Toa had more. Gen 4. What am I doing? I guess that means it's just Gen 0, yeah? If it's dashed out. They don't have, like... Oh, they do. But that's like hollow staff, right? That doesn't count. I like when Subaru says shut up. She's like the one of the few that I can watch because she streams a little bit later in the day. But then if she goes live at like 12, it's like, oh man. Why do I feel like... Dude, in my head, I feel like she has more than 2.9 million. She's like really popular, you know? She got the... Just guess. So after 2018... Huh? But not Gen 2. I don't remember the order of their elite English, right? Oh, we got the height. No way. So between 2 million and 2.4. Sora? Oh, damn. Oh. What the hell? Is it not Gen 0? Am I crazy right now? I'm guessing all of them. Robokusan. Damn, dude. Huh. From the JP branch. We haven't even gotten, like, the unit. What? Their debuts between 2020 and September 16th, 2018. And January 3rd, 2020. But they're not Gen 2. Are they... Is it Gen 1? Would it say Gen 1? I don't know. It's dashed. What units do you know? Council and Promise. Oh, wait. Could it be like... I know there's Dev. They have the Oh, they got... Well, does Myth count and all that? I assume so, right? I don't know the JP units, though. I'm trying to think. Which one's, Well, yeah, Dev is a newer one. What was Louis under? No, that's newer. Right? What about... I'm gonna guess Chloe. Because this will help me at least... Okay, that's Gen 6 Hollow X. So it's a non-Gen... something... Oh, they're a mammal? Aquatic. Something. Probably a mammal. Oh. Show hint. What? Oh, well. Okay. Could it be the staff? Could it? I mean, we saw staff earlier. I literally... There's one from Gen 0 I still haven't guessed, but I don't think it's Gen 0. I feel like there was a... What about what gen is she? Oh, the gamers. Oh, the gamers. What's her? Okayu. Nice. Gamers. I kind of just want to wipe out the rest. This is fun. Really test my knowledge. Oh, God. What? Feline. Feline Dion. Not American. Okayu again. Mammal, feline, cat. Man, there's a lot of cat VTubers out there. There really are a lot of those. What is it, like a cat alien? Too damn many. There's a lot of cats. They're English and something else. Space cat? I mean, it could be any sort of cat. Twitch. Is Camilla? No. Does she count as... Does she have, like, cat? I feel like she's an imp and a cat. But also a clown. I can never really, I can't ever figure out what... Time after time, whenever, time after time. Another one before 2021. Apparently I don't know my cat VTubers. What is Doki? Is she a cat? What a fitting game for you guys. You would think so, but apparently we suck. At least I do. Oh wait, Doki's a bird. What? You know why though? I remembered the one model where she had like the long ears, and I was like, is that a cat? Does that count? I can't think of any cat VTubers for some reason, even though there's a million of them. Doki's a bird. There it is. Why did I think Doki cat? Literally just from that one like old model. We still playing this? Yeah. So how you lock it in? Figure out some goddamn cat VTubers. Snowblade, be useful. I ain't got no guesses. They're not from America or Canada. Kumi's not a cat. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they could also be South American. I'm thinking about like, I keep thinking of big VTubers, but there's, God damn it. I mean, this is still tigers. No, none. Actually, they're feline. They're feline Dion. They're cat something. Mammal something. I'm really bad with the subcategories here. Lion? Do I know any lion VTubers? Rora? Well, can't be Hololive. But I'm gonna take that guess because it might help us figure out more information here. Well, we know they're not a panther. And they're not Italian. Alright, what other cats do I know? Is there a cat JP Hololive? I'm gonna be honest, I don't typically the purple one with the dog VTuber. Okayu. Imagine it's Okayu again. Damn it! I need more info there. They're not JP. All we know is they speak English. And they're independent something. Probably Mythic Talent at this rate. God damn it. Rainhose Demon. I mean, they... It's not gonna be they. Okay, not British. Oathmeal. Damn it. Not a VTuber, I guess. German. Damn it. The one that I always guess for Germany just doesn't exist. She's not real. What is Onigiri? She's a demon as well. Gosh darn it. Everyone's a demon or a cat. Or if you're they, you're everything. Succubus, dragon, cat. I guess she's not a demon. What other language? Maybe Spanish or German. Dude, the song would be perfect if not for the glitchy part that's about to happen. Here in a bit. What about Michi? What is she? It's not a cat. Tobs. Totless. Oh, Tot doesn't count. I'm guessing Tobs. Mythic talent. Frick it all. That really... It really just does. Dude, mammal and what? The mysteries. Ico, comma. Nope. Cat. Queen cat. Covfefe. Is she a cat? Chloe. That's not a cat. Independent mythic talent. Not from America or England. Oh, they could still be Australian, bruv. Oh. That didn't really help. It's just like, yeah, they could. I mean, I could just guess Lena, but Lena's not cat, right? I'm just gonna guess Lena. Let's see. Undead vampire. Damn, okay, the in-betweens here are rough because anywhere between 409,000 and 259,000. Oshimark is like their little emojis. It's like their little logo things. On Twitter, people use them to like kind of dictate who they support, who their like Oshi is. I don't typically look at those because they never help. Because I never get them right. Brazilian cat girls. Yeah. Pino, who are the Brazilian VTubers that are cat girls? The thing is, it's cat and something else. What if it's like a... What's the hint? What is this? Oh my god, dude. What? Oh, let me just check my list. Oh, thank you. Oh, we're so back. Are you kidding me? Yep, still empty. Damn it. Peanut hates VTubers. We should have known. Huh. So we're looking at a mammal. Mammal. Feline. Predominantly Twitch is like the thing that's getting me. So they are hungry. Hungarian isn't that strong. Yeah. Which I assume it's... I don't know any. Not off the top of my head. I only know one Hungarian VTuber. I can't remember their name. I don't think I know a single one, aside from the one that we guessed that one time. That I already forgot who it was. Erm. Google time. Hungarian VTubers. Oh, I know this one. Wait. No. No, I know Blue Nami. We follow each other. No. No. I don't know any of these. I don't know any of these VTubers. The worst part is none of them look like cats. Yuna. Oh god, we're cooked. They're not cats. None of them are cats. It's not Midwellian. Oh my god. Yami. No. Who are these people? Where are the cats? Runa. Penumbra. No. Thought. No. Alright, we're gonna start shooting random guesses here. Except none of them are freaking showing up. Literally none of them. Not these. This is supposedly a bigger VTuber. Am I like, what? You have an idea? Well, it's time for you to share, because I don't. I don't know any of these. Bro, what? Wait. You know, the one that we... Jesus Christ, I'm scrolling down. You know the one that we guessed earlier? Where's Shere Kwan? This is his fault. He would have known. He would have known. That bastard. I keep forgetting that she exists. Oh god, go next. Alright, speedrun. Narashimume. Please be Hololive. Frick. Damn it. Damn it! It can't be Namune. Oh wait, it's a kid. It could, no. English only. Damn it. Now we've really lost. Twitch and YouTube. Kumi. Sure. Mythic talent question mark? Grimmy. Oh my god. Listen, man. You know, that's... Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Just, you know, it's just so easy. It's just so easy. Like, you know, you see that they're not 5-1. It's just so simple. It's just so simple. All right, next. Don't worry, we only got 4 left. And this one is going to be Nanashimume. Hololive Gen 2. Oh my freaking goodness. Council and Promise, but it's not Council or Promise. Oh wait, JP. Probably. Damn, we just guessed like a bunch of Gen 2 Hololive. Aqua. Dude, what? I'm not guessing Aqua. What is wrong with you? I'm guessing Subaru. Damn. Ayame. Damn. Aqua. Aquamarine. Damn. Choco. That's her. Ooh. Easy clap. Next. Ah, my frames. Nanashimume. Suisei. Toa. Between 2018 and 2020. Not Gen 4. Lower the Gen... Wait. What? Is it gamers again? Corone. It's freaking gamers. What? Dog. What? Dog. Who the hell's the other? Oh. Yeah. Damn, Zeph would be pissed at me for that one. Mume! No! Okay, English only, less than 1.2 mil. Okay. Alright. Well, I'm out of ideas. I'm just kidding. Vienna's Juniper. Hey, good one, Juniper. Okay, that actually was a really good guess, because we got a lot of information out of that. Independent, fully active before 2020. Ha ha ha. English only. Just great. I just think their character's cool. I do like Juniper. I do like Juniper. I'm gonna go off of all these groups now. So Juniper, Alfina. Alfina's a witch. Oh, oh, right. She's French. What the? Ghosty. Oh, damn it. I'm going off of Grimmy's entire friend group at this point. We got Juniper, we got Alfina, we got what's the name of... Oh my god. I forget the name. Ecto. Mouse. Beach mouse. Beach mouse. Okay, a mammal probably. So we're looking at more than 23k, but we're looking at less than 260. Oh, Froggy Lock. Oh wait. My male. Okay. No known height. Great. Ooh, less than 79k. I mean, this could unironically be one of the Grimmy crew. You know, I kind of wish they had a genre thing here. But, you know, not... I don't know. It could be variety as well. But genre, and it's like horror VTuber. It might get too easy then, though. Hmm. Before 2020, dude. I was gonna guess Ghosty, but Ghosty's just not... Ghosty ain't there. What about, when did Coco... Ah. Frick. Chibi Doki. Oh, wait, Chibi I feel like would have... That's okay. We know it's mammal and something else. With no species. Full English Twitch. Independent. Less than 79k. More than 23k. This is the one I didn't get. I mean, this one's tough because they're between 23k and 79. I'm just thinking like Grimmy crew. Wait, what? Other. Oh, Coco. I was like, wait, what? I'm stumped. Leafeons. Frick. Dude, everyone's under mythic talent. Toga. No, what's her name? Wait, Nina. Is this, No, it's not. I was thinking of Numi's friend. Alright, we're gonna start guessing random names here. I'm gonna put... it's not Kumi. I'm guessing Kumi anyway. Hint. No, that's the worst hint. I don't... Do Tomo Umari. Yep. Videre. Undulate. What the? Yuzu. Show hint. Canine. Dog VTuber. Dog. Or, I mean, just canine. It could be a fox as well, I guess. God damn it. Chloe. Dang it. Why isn't she there? I don't think we're gonna get this one. I want Juice and Sour already. You said you didn't get it. Do you think we would know it? I'm assuming if Juice and Sour didn't get it, we're not going to be honest. No? We're cooked. We're cooked. Some rando. I mean, honestly, all of these are randos to a degree. Dog. Boof. Bark. Doobie. Yep. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Poseidon. Yeah. Gotta be. Yep. Hint. Oh, yokai mammal canine. Yokai? Wait, maybe it is a Grimmy friend. Wait, maybe it is a Grimmy friend. Oh, man. I don't know, we're just gonna keep guessing. I can't really think of anyone else. He had some sort of fox spirit. Do I know what's the name of? Well, I'm gonna check the Discords I'm in really quick. I have those categorized. What's her name again? Is it just? I don't think she's a wow, wait, she's a canine. That was actually a decent guess, though. Wow, between 45k and 79. I assume fox. Wait, Banshee, but she's... This is okay. So a fox, mammal, yokai. Oh my goodness! It might literally be one of those the friends. But I don't think. I'm looking at Grimmy's server really quick. Hold on. Grimmy streamer friends. Wait. No, grape is dragon. No. Well, they might be offline at the moment. Help. Maybe it is. I'm just gonna. Oh, grape isn't. Really now? Really? Hmm. Who? Wait, Meg? No. None. I can't think of other people affiliated with Grimmy. Everything's pointing towards is one of them. One of the homies. But dude, there's so many. There's so many. Oh god. The sim show up here? Oh, she does. But I don't think she's... I don't know what... You know what? We're gonna guess her anyway. Okay. Just for the sake of it. Fox, Kitsune, Yokai, Mammal, Canine. Oh my god. Who is this? This might unironically be... Do I know any... Is Mira here? No. Bears? How about, Farumi? No. Cora? No. Um... Oh, there were ads? God damn it. Giwi! No, Giwi's not a... There's someone that's like popping up in my head, but I can't remember her name. I have to go through my own follow list on. No, novel picks. How about no, I thought it might be Kaguya. Well, we only have one guess left. I don't think we're gonna get it. It's a tough one. Literally scrolling through my like list of people that I follow. Because I followed like all of them slowly after discovering Grimmy, so they're all just like one by one. But none of these are foxes. I don't know. It's gonna be really funny if I actually know who this is. Oh, Clavio shows up here. She's not a. I'm just guessing. Oh no, I don't know who this is. No, I'm not sure.
Ball for like the first half. I can believe this. I can trust this.
Nope.
Okay?
What
It's a
the?
little sus now.
What is going on here?
There's a reason she's #1, and I think
This is the Boston chick? Is it?
My face.
it gets a little sus now. It gets a little sus now, but it's this part. It's this part.
Fuck's sake.
Dude, I forgot. That my volume was at like 50%. Oops. All right. Last one. And then we're free. Mume. No, Jen something. Oh god, Lumi. Please don't be face connect. Okay, we're so back. We're so back. So American between 1.2 mil subscribers and 1.28k. Early debut. Not independent, some sort of gen. Well, hold on. Hold on. Let's not be too fast with that. Because it could be one of those like Onigiri has the thing, right? She has her own. Oh, there's no gens for that. She's also Canadian. Oops. Numune. Hey, we'll see who the bias is solely off of who the first one ever was. On April Fool's Day, no less. Fully English speaking, American on Twitch, female. Probably a mammal. I'm going to take a wild guess. That's going to be another freaking mammal. Independent something. Probably mythic. Probably mythic. Grimmy. I know we already guessed Grimmy, but it'll help us figure out. More than 102. More than 409k. Oh. Zen, you know what? Okay, between 409,000 and 608,000. Some sort of, probably a mammal. Taking a wild freaking guess here. After 2017, before 2021. Snuffy. God. Oh, I had it. Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. She was gonna be my like third guess initially, and I'm like, it's gonna be Snuffy. I have this like lingering feeling that's gonna be Snuffy. I saw mammal here afterwards. I'm like, oh god, isn't it? I don't know why I didn't just guess. I saw the Jen thing and I'm like, well, I know that she was in this thingy. And there you go. Snuffy it is. Okay, we can finally play Voices of the Freaking Void after 2 hours and 16 minutes of stalling. We did all of the VTuber dolls. Now I can do them daily and not share. I won't even let you guys play those. Enough of that. Cool, right as I leave for like 30 minutes. Yeah! Dude, you could have left for like 2 hours. While we guessed freaking VTubers. No, Tango's down. Tango down. Sup, dude? All right. So, have we done our dailies? No. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Oh wait, maybe we did do our dailies? Kilometer, November, India. I don't think so, because I don't remember going to... Yeah, no, we didn't. Alright. Oops. Close that program, please. I don't need it doing random clips of my Voices of the Void. We're kind of not too good on sleep. We can get some coffee really quick. Get some coffee. Is it 6 a.m.? It is. Well, I think we've concluded that, you know, we know VTubers. We know them very well. Oh, we only failed one. And honestly, Ty might be right. We actually might know who that one is. That might be the Boston one. The Boston tuba. From Boston. All right, let's go on our journey, our escapade. I don't remember where we left our ATV, but I can't really be bothered to drive it right now. I checked with our socials and they collab with Michi. Really? You know what? Hold on. What was her name again? VTubal. What the? VTubal, that Moe. And we're going here to the one day we failed. Take me to her Twitter. Her Twitter. Clips.
The bad guy. They got a knife. Reddick.
I can't. She has a very thick accent if it is her.
I'm sorry, Zama. I'll talk to the right people.
Oh my god, she collaborated with Zama.
I did actually, because that's where the Miami Dolphins are.
I thought it was in California. What did I
she got the
think?
accent.
Miami was in
No,
Florida.
you're thinking of Tampa. Wait, no, Tampa's in Florida.
I think it is her. I'll have to check because I sent the clip to Ty at one point. I think it might be. When are those reset? Is that 12 a.m. EST? November. Oh, it has my old socials like, oh god. Why? Why, God? Why I order? Why I order? I don't watch a lot of Michi. In all honesty, whenever Numi's there, I'll probably be there. I know VTubers because of clips I see on Twitter. Or saw on Twitter. I really don't go on Twitter that much anymore, but when I saw them. And then, whenever they do collaborate with someone that I know. Like, I didn't know about Cocoa Nuts until Grimmy collab with them. I knew about Grape before the Grimmy collab, but it's because they played Monster Hunter. I was trying to find a VTuber that plays Monster Hunter. Dude, I can't see a damn thing if it ain't Guap. What was the last one? India. La 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 la. Down 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 down. 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 La 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 la. Dude, I want to get an emu. I mean, I own the copy of it on the PS2, but I don't know if that CD has seen better days for sure. But Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition. We have it somewhere. I want to play it again. I haven't played it in a long, like, I'm talking 15 plus years. We went through rituals with that CD. I'm talking like soap and clean, dish soap, actual CD cleaner, the little like old formulas in GameStop they would try to sell you. I tried to do everything to get that game back up and running. Everything. Man, quite the weather today. This is, dude, it's like 7 a.m. Just an average day in, you know, London. Really feeling the London vibes today. London Tipton. Ow. That really hurt. Ouch, Charlie, that really hurt. Dude, that's so old. Another ancient meme from the archives. What the hell was that? My friend had that as a text tone, an SMS tone. Back then, you had to either buy one or like download it yourself directly. What am I talking about? Buy one? No, that was later on. You had to download an MP3 file to put it on your phone, and if you had an iPhone, you had to go out of your way to like to change the format to like AAC, but then you have to switch it again afterwards and like convert it so that it worked as a text tone. And an SMS had a different file format also. What a time it was. And it was like a file limitation, so if your text tone was over like, I don't remember the file size, but it was not good. Not ideal. Nowadays, I don't think I have any sort of like custom alert sound on my phone. Actually, maybe my call, my ringtone might be. I think I have the one from like Cyberpunk. Wait, why does it say I'm only live for 45 minutes on OBS? It didn't count my stream between the moment that we started the VTuber stuff until the end. It's not true because we haven't been playing this for 45 minutes, but... So last time we played Voices of the Void, we cleaned up the entire basement, which was kind of nice. Grab this. Good work, bud. Oh, sorry, man. Doesn't really need charging at the moment. Yeah, so we need fuses. We need fuses. I mean, I guess we don't. We have, like, a surplus of drives to calibrate and signals to calibrate. Can't stop a dick to the shindig. Okay, well, let's do this. Move to buffer, move to buffer, move to buffer, eject. One of these. That in there. Move, move, move. Eject. Grab that. Alright, let's set up our table of stuff and things. It would be awfully comedic if I did already hand this stuff in. I tried to, like, make sure I end every stream with all of this done, but I get so distracted, and then we're, like, 7 hours into the stream, and I'm like, oh god. Can I recycle these? I could turn it into rubber scrap. Okay. I wonder if that means I can make a wheel. Like, there might be a recipe. Hey, what's up, janitor? Thanks for the follow. A janitor. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome, welcome, welcome in. We didn't get the blue one. What am I doing? I have a disc box? We don't even get discs anymore. Yo, what's up, Ryan? Welcome back, welcome, welcome back. Glad to hear that the ads are over. The ads and the VTubers are over. How are we doing today? Pretty alright, pretty alright. Chillin', bing chilling. Doing good, doing good. How are these doing? Out of curiosity. Yeah, okay. While we're here, let's do glow stick. Give me 2 of these. Deliver those to me. I guess I could have called that over so we didn't have to wait in between, but it's okay. Let's charge our homie up. Where even is the ATV? What happened? I usually park it out front. It's just missing in action. I don't know, I left it somewhere. Oh, I think we left it parked next to a satellite. It ran out of fuel. I think. Well, good news. We got fuel. We got mail. Nothing to sell this time around. Nothing to sell. Nothing to sell. Nothing to sell. Nothing to sell. Nope. Hey, do you want a mushroom? I wonder what we get for that. And before mushrooms are like super expensive. Just 2 doors that I don't like when they close. It's like a lot more convenient for me to just have them open at all times. Go. Cool. So was that my daily or not? Yes. Very nice. Very cool. Very nice. All right. We need glass scrap. We also need sleep. Also known as coffee. Also known as, let's see how much energy we can get from one of these right here. And then we need coffee. Yeah. I'm not hungry. Okay. Gonna sell these because these for some reason are pricey. And let's get a move on. Let's do a TR check. Epilogue 1 of Red Dead Redemption 2, and oh my god, the Chapter 6 ending is crazy. Yeah. That's a very good video game. That's a very good video game. As are most Rockstar games, to be honest. I say that with major bias, because lately I've been playing just exclusively GTA Online. I feel like Red Dead Redemption is better than GTA. I think there's a lot of recency bias to it. Like, on one hand, I agree. The story of Red Dead Redemption is better. I think Red Dead Online is ass. I think Red Dead Online is criminal. And I think GTA Online is also criminal, but I think it's good. The reason that I think Red Dead Online is criminal is they just like fluctuated the already major scam prices of GTA Online with shark cards, and they just like they made it worse for Red Dead Online, and they realized that was a bad idea. They don't have enough players playing Red Dead Online in comparison. I'm an online player when it comes to those games. I'll do the story like once or twice for Rockstar games, and then I will just play online. I've basically always done that. GTA 5 is the exception where I played the story twice. Sorry, four times. Twice normally. One time I did GTA Chaos mod and we beat the whole campaign doing it. That was crazy. And the final one, I think it was actually before Chaos mod. Technically, it wasn't a completed campaign. I did it specifically at the time because this was before the new edition came out, where you can just skip the campaign to play online. So I only wanted to do the intro so that it wouldn't bother me. But then they just dropped Enhanced Edition, which basically it was like, well, I don't need to do this story anymore. But I had the intro done. I don't know why it keeps like removing my save. Maybe it's because I uninstalled the game. I feel like that wouldn't make sense, but alright, we're doing a little bit of patrolling here. We're looking for the blue plush. The last one of its kind. It's around here somewhere. I think it might be after the next bridge. Can't really remember. I wonder if I could see it like from... It's gonna be hard to see, but it's possible. It's easier to just see in the water. What the hell? Bully is peak Rockstar. You know what? I can get behind that. Bully was pretty fun. I don't really think Bully is better than a GTA. Okay, I don't know where the plush is. I thought it was in these waters. The blue one is out here somewhere. I just can't see it. It might be in the car. Someone just stuff it inside of this, like, broken down car. Bully's so underrated? Absolutely. Bully was a really good game. I don't know if it's better than, like, a newer GTA necessarily, but... hold on. Need different music. A 100% of the bitch. Where the hell is it? Man? Is it? No. Where is it? Hold on, what was it, man? Is it this song? No. This? No. Why? Why? That'll do. Just lower it. What a stupid song title. I just need something like in the background. Hello? Who died? Bones. Where's this plush? Maybe they moved it. They were like, Ike always goes for those 3 plushes. This time, he's not going to. He won't get the 3rd one. Technically, this should be the first one. It's like the easiest, or it used to be the easiest to find. I found it! It's still in the river! Yay! Alright. Anyways, we really only went here for the car, but I was like, well, it's gonna be along the way towards the river, so... Over the river and through the woods. To grandmother's house we go. It's gonna be an odd week, ladies and gentlemen. I have quite a lot of assignments today, or this week. I mean, to be honest... It's an exam for my computers course, which will be a walk in the park. In all honesty. But I don't know why. Typically when these courses exist, they kind of like they time it correctly with all the assignments. And this one, for some reason, I have my normal assignment, my discussion assignment, my quiz, and my exam. And it's like, bro, what the hell? But it's been such an easy course so far that I can't really complain. Cannot say the same about my pre-calc. What a miserable experience. I am mathematically challenged. There's no debate. It is just true. Although I am proud how well I did with my last 2 math courses, considering how bad I am at math. Everyone in my family argued that I would end up enjoying math as I return to university. I'm like, I really don't think so, but we'll see. Oh yeah, over the weekend, Ford Robinson collaborated with someone at Coachella, and they live like previewed, announced a new collaborative single. It sounds actually really good. Like, it's crazy. Hello. I'm here to fix. Ooh. Okay. 1 transformer repaired. Two more to go. You know, I could have probably gone to 2 and 3 first, but it would be the same amount of fuel, basically, at the end of the day. I didn't really plan out this course. I really only wanted to get my ATV initially. This needs some cleaning, man. Like, why are there... How are there shoe prints? How? Why? Dude, that's not nice, Shirkwan. You were here for the VTube guesser? Why? Dude! Shirkwan, Scooch-on was actually the answer for one. I couldn't remember. I didn't realize she was Hungarian. What the hell? World of Warcraft. Oops. I didn't play Midnight. It's really funny. My sub for WoW expired like I think a week or a couple days before Midnight release. But I was kind of burnt out. I did so much Legion remix, and then like the afterwards content, and I tried leveling the Devourer Demon Hunter, and it sucked. It probably still sucks. Oh, come on. They could have landed that. Best in raids, yeah. I think the problem is leveling for it sucks. Like, when I was trying to level, I'm not gonna say I'm a WoW pro, but I know how to at least pull 2 enemies and survive. I couldn't do it with Devourer. I just couldn't. Apparently it was a common problem though, a lot of people struggled. Ty switched over to, I think, Havoc. To max it out, and then that's when like Devourer gets good. Is when it's maxed out. It's like, okay, fair, but what is happening? Oh, it's the song. Actually, it's a good thing we came here because we can get some glass scrap. It's all electronic. We want glass primarily. We will come back for most of this later. Huh? Yeah, I think the meta was not to level Devourer on its own, but to do like a different Demon Hunter, like Havoc. Speed that to level 90 or whatever, and then play. But my problem is I don't learn a rotation, even if it's the simplest one. I really hate learning a rotation without leveling the job. This is my biggest problem with Final Fantasy XIV, where some of the classes you unlock, you start at the level of the expansion that it released. Like Red Mage was like level 70 or something. I'm like, dude, no. I want to level. Why? And it's like, well, half of these are brain dead easy classes, like Devourer's 2 buttons. No. That's besides the point. I need to learn. I need to learn. Same ordeal though. If I'm leveling something and I stop for like an extended period of time, it is very likely that I'll want to restart and I'll make a new character of that class. I did it a couple times. Oh, I can end stream now? Oh, okay, well, thanks guys for watching today. Thank you guys for hanging out. What's up, guys? Second stream today. I know, rare. Ico plus double stream in a day? That's like, that's so 2020 2023? No, 2022. Something like that. When I would do my VR chat streams, and then I would hop on Beat Saber for like the rest of the day. I would end stream. No, I think it was like afterwards. It was the healthier era because we were playing Beat Saber. So I would end stream for like 2 hours, and then I would do like a 3-hour long Beat Saber stream for the second half of the day. I do miss the double stream era, but the problem is all I would play is like Voices of the Void. Or I guess GTA, but too much stuff, not enough space. Is this... what is going on? Excuse me. Thank you. Not enough space. Here's the play for this. Boom. Check that out. Oh, there it is. Oh, we're tired. Oops. Probably don't want to mess around too much with that because gonna get grabbed. Alright, I think that's a fair amount for now of glass scrap. I say fair amount. It's nowhere near enough, but recycle, recycle, recycle now. Been trying to learn how to drift in GTA, but like, oh. But like the new drifting, not the auto club thing they got going on nowadays. Okay, let's build over there. That place is stacked. Electronic scrap. The actual drift cars? Yeah, like I never really tested the for real ones. We had one, and I didn't like it at the time because I just kept spinning out because it's not good for like actual driving. At least I couldn't get used to it. But there's so much you have to like tune this car a specific way. Like you don't want a spoiler, you don't want this and this, and then you don't want it to be like maxed out EMS or whatever. It's like okay. This is stuff I have to actually consider and look into. Oops. No. No sponge. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh, well, whatever it is gone. Goodbye. Same, but super casually. I have 3 drift cars I got by accident that I hate driving, but relocating cars, I figured I'd test around, started to gradually get it. I still spin out. Yeah, it's annoying, but the thing is, you don't want the low grip tires, because those suck. There's like an actual method to make it work with like, you have to shoot like a part of your car. Because you know how there's like the remote? You have the setting to just kind of lower it yourself. Well, no, that's not how it works in this. In this one, you gotta shoot a part of your car. I don't remember the specifics because I didn't really look into it beyond that, but what the freak? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch the full thing because it seemed like too specific at the time. But there's a very specific method to make it work in a way that's not abysmal, like spin out. Dude, oh my god, I was looking at some of the current popular GTA videos out of just sheer curiosity, and like 90% of them are like, here's how you can get $1 million really quick in GTA Online. This exploit will let you duplicate this stuff to make sure you can make so much money in just 10 minutes. And then the process is like, all right, so first you're gonna need to own the bunker, and then right next to the bunker, you're gonna need to own the Fort Zancudo hangar. And then since you own those two now, that's really good. So here's what you're gonna have to do: you're gonna have to fly over from Fort Zancudo to your bunker, and then you have to put your car into. Oh, you're also gonna have to own the Terror Byte. Okay, so you're gonna park your car into the Terror Byte here, and then you're gonna drive it out. And then you're gonna fly over to Fort Zancudo again, the hangar, and then you're gonna go into the hangar, and you're gonna fly a random plane, and then you're gonna start this real specific mission right here. Blow up 4, yes, blow up 4. But make sure that you have your car at the ready. Okay, so now that you're in your car, you have to make sure you beat this entire mission without your car blowing up or you dying. Okay, now as you get to the end screen where it says mission complete, you're going to disconnect your internet. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Anything to get that, like, that viewer view time retention, I guess. How many fuses? 4? That sucks. I mean, really, we only need, I think, the fuse for CR2. Ads are going to play, which is actually good timing, because then I can go piss. So, we will be right back while these ads do their thing. Let me just set up some sort of thing to play. I mean, I guess I could just play this, but on there. I don't know how it's going to sound. We'll see. Nah, play this. All right, we're back. Oh, that's a banger. Lately, I've been in a weird music limbo. This happens very rarely. I would say once in a blue moon, so every couple of years, I fall under this category of like multiple genres of music that I will listen to regularly. GTA kind of like got me in this trance slash like oh god, what do you call it? Breakcore-ish vibe, jungle, audio jungle, because it's just the best music for driving. But then when I'm not doing that, I'm listening to some sort of like Japanese music, but then there's a good mix of both of those, and it's Porter Robinson, so he's in there. But then I get like old rock hits stuck in my head. It's a whole wombo combo. This is a rare occasion where I listen to like every genre at the same time. Not a very common, not a very common thing. I guess we eat. It should raise the sleep a little bit. Huh? Oh, did I already have the can opener? A food can. Nice. Sweet. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm in the mood for. When I'm driving IRL, I just play like old hits, old but gold. So I don't know what that event was. I'm not sure what happened there. I feel like this has been the most oblivious playthrough I've ever done, where we've really just missed so many events. It's not even intentional, because I try to go and find them most of the time, but it's just like, oops. Gotta remember those copper wires. So we have 5 fuses. Essentially, as long as the other ones are good, which I assume they're not. Nope. Okay, so we could do 3 for 2. And I guess 1 over there. What am I missing over here? I think it's metal scrap, which is very fair to be missing at the moment, yeah. Okay, maybe we can make some. Any metal? Cause the kid in the back, and he said it ain't heavy metal. Well, that's all right. I think that's like everyone's least favorite. Funny enough, least favorite Bring Me the Horizon album, solely because it's not the genre that people want. But actually, I think it's got a lot of hits. I think it's pretty decent. It's not really an album that I hate on Bring Me the Horizon. Not anymore. I think I can make do without, like, Suicide Season and the ones before that. I think they get too exhausting. Coal piece. What the? Coal. What the? They get a little bit exhausting after a while. We have no leftover metal. That's not possible. Maybe in the basement? Oh, hello. Thank you. Paper sheet. Paper sheet. What do we got? Rubber scrap, paper, rubber, paper, plastic. Okay, don't do that. Metal debris. Metal debris. A lot of metal debris. Metal chunk. Yes! Yes! Now we're talking. Is that it? Metal debris. Metal chunk. Metal chunk. Excellent. Boom. Boom. Yes. Hey. All right. Cool. Cool beans, dude. Fuse. Okay, that is officially 6 fuses. Huh? Why mushroom? I'm not hungry. Okay. Low-key kind of waiting to see if shit falls apart again. Hey, you can't steal. Hey, dad jokes are only Irish bogans. Ireland. You know, he could sue you for that. He's got the whole copyright here. Actually, technically, Zephyrus6 has the copyright here. So you're both screwed. What? What have I done? Well. We're gonna take a nap at 2 p.m. Mostly high X, I'm Zeph joke, right? Actually, that's true, yeah. That is true. I suppose it's more of that. Must of the Rohirrim. We have 461 Pointerinos. Pretty good, pretty good. Very nice, very nice. I like. Come on. We gotta clean the outside too. I gotta be honest. Just by like choice of aesthetic, I'm not a fan of the cracks on the walls and the floors. But I guess the only reason for that really is that I can't overlay anything. They're like the top layer. So I can't even put like carpeting down. Oh, you can fix them. I see. Okay, that changes things. That's good. That is actually really good to know. How many reading rights does it have left? What the? 2. Alright, so. Hey, floppy disk, you've been a good homie. You've been a real homie, but you're gonna retire early, alright? Later, man. Alright, time to use the yellow one. Let's go do a quick... Oh, hello. I think we quick sweep and potentially do the control towers or whatever it is. Oh, wow. Okay, so hold on. I have 6. I mean, I guess we just do 2 3s and then leave CR3 because it's been the slow. Why are they dying if they're not even getting struck? And that was my impression of Courage the Cowardly Dog, who has to deal with all these fuses breaking. The things I do for love. Purge would be a good rewatch as well. Oh, is a little Dr. Kell dude sick? Oh no. Dude. Actually, crazy thing. I have a signed bag from PAX East of some pretty OG VR chat streamers. And the other day I found out that one of them has quit streaming. So I finally just decided to look at this bag out of sheer curiosity. And there are only about 3.5 of them left that stream. 3.5. I say half because one of them is like a seasonal streamer. That makes sense though. It is the Team 5 streamers. And it was actually someone that I never expected out of the group to quit. It was Banana Brea. She quit last year in, I think, September. I know that there was like some major controversy there for her. She got banned from NoPixel and stuff, so. No, she didn't do any RP. She tried to prove that she can stream without just doing GTA RP, and she did pretty well, but you know, people saw GTA roleplay. It's the VR chat effect. You stop streaming VR chat, you might be at 200 viewers, you might end up at 10 afterwards. It is. Yeah, that is just how it is. And, you know, she had like 1,000, 2,000. And, now, you know, I think she was still holding like 100 plus. To be honest. But that's a major difference, right? Almost 2,000 to 100-ish. I'm trying. Where's this thing like pointing me towards? Oh wait, is this still my vehicle? Oh, it is, dude. I was wondering what my compass was like pointing me at. Remember something about that? Yeah. It was quite interesting. It was like... Oh, hey! Is this where the bees are? Maybe they're gone. Maybe they finally left. What? What? Where the hell am I? When did all these fuses get in there? I don't remember. Did you throw the bees away? I mean, I did, but I didn't think it worked because they kept stinging me. Why am I so bad at this? Like, this is honestly not as complicated. Dude. What the freak? Okay, sure. They might just be relocated. Well, I don't know where I threw that PC. That way. That way for sure. Couldn't tell you where it landed, but at least it's out of my way. So yeah, she's gone. Basically, the only people who remain from that signed bag are Pokelawls, Whoops, and Elite. It's crazy. Dude, I haven't watched Whoops in a long time. No, I don't think Whoops took a hiatus. You might be right, but I don't think so. I'm gonna be honest. I have like this saying that some people escaped VR chat and went on to greater things. And he did. He escaped VR chat and he was like, he was losing it. He was losing a lot. And then Final Fantasy, dude. Final Fantasy 14. He got really good at that game. And now it's actually, and then he blew up because of Friday Night Funkin', which is really funny. Very comedic, very funny. Because he hates that game now, he can't stand it. But yeah. Maybe he might have. I don't know, I don't remember. He kind of like infrequently streamed during the major like transition from VR chat. Some people escaped, man. Poke. Banana did, because she was already a role player in, like, Arma. And then she joined GTRP NoPixel. So, that was quite the time. Quite the freaking time. I do miss GTRP, but I miss the era that once was. God damn it, Lima.
No.
What's up, bud?
No.
Onward to victory. As per usual, it was the COVID boom. COVID just carried so many categories for a long time. It's crazy to think about. Okay, we have being trapped in other games that viewers want him to play for longer than he wants to play them. Dude, he's so weird. He's like... It's just like, he'll find this game, he will love it, he will farm it, he'll grind playing that game on and off stream, and he gets so tired of it, but his chat still wants him to play. Like Voices, WoW was the most recent one, but he didn't stream that. He just didn't stream during the WoW stuff. I mean, unless he did it on the alt. I don't know. I don't follow the alt anymore, I don't think. 4 letters explain his behavior with that, though. Yeah, weed. Do I know it? Not directly, but don't I know it? Different 4 letters. I think it's a combination of those 4 letters and the 4 letters you're implying. I think wombo combos, and he gets, like, flung in different directions of interest. What do I want to buy? I definitely wanted to buy something. I mean, I guess we can do more coolers. We have the technology. No, we don't. I lied. I don't have... I need 1 more electronic scrap. I have seen the effects of weed on so many people. Hyperfixation thing is common in ADHD in general. I just gotta put that one on the list too, huh? Let's just put everything on the list for ADHD. It's just, at this point, I have like 16 different things that can confirm that I have it. Oh, Evangelion is outside. No, I think I have an undiagnosed, like, hyper obsessive personality. I don't really think I have ADHD. I thought so for a while, and then I'm like, no, I know people with ADHD, and they sometimes, bro, drives me insane. You don't give up on stuff? Well, at least for stream. You sure? Sure about that? I can probably name the amount of things that I have stopped doing on, like, stopped playing on stream. Such as Resident Evil. Granted, that is on pause just because we played so many of them. Bass is really in my head right now. Bass? My volume is, like, super low, so if there's something, like, hella loud, I don't... You were also playing Resident Evil 5, which was Resident Evil 5. True. True. Yeah, that game, was suboptimal. Oh, the bass I'm playing. You hear that? I can barely hear that song. Like, I have it lowered substantially. Oh, me playing the instrument, the bass. Oh. Well, I've tried piano, guitar, bass, drums. Tried a good few. Good few instruments. Piano was the one that lasted the longest. Oh, hey, Kerfus. I was like, what's this? What is this rumbling noise, man? I'm glad you didn't get laser beamed. Hey, good job, bud. What? There's others that are somewhere buried in my head of hobbies you got really into and then gave up. There's a lot of that. A lot of that. No. What? Okay. Good job, bud. Chicken Little references. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. They have a lot of crazy references. That's why I like this game so much. On top of, like, just what it is. Video editing was a hobby. Now, granted, the only reason I kept that going is because people really seem to enjoy the videos. But then I realized that people just enjoy the videos of the things that we don't really stream much anymore. I'm like, well, I don't know how this is going to go for anything else. They did like Voices of Void, though. That they did, that they did. And now we got these bumps. I don't think I'll burn out on them just because I only do one a week. And usually I spend like 2 hours in a day. I can probably make like 7 today. And just be done for 7 additional weeks. But I'd prefer if they were up to date. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. I also just changed themes. Like I said, it's something to do with like a very obsessive personality. Because whatever I'm obsessed with impacts my surroundings quite heavily. Calibration. No. Oh, I thought it was done. Okay. I don't know. The CR3's kind of slowed down with problems, so that's nice. What? Okay, we got 475. We can't make another cooler, so we can buy 2 GPUs, or I just save, I get 1 GPU. And that should increase the amount of points we get, I think. Let me think. Hold on, hold on. Do I want to buy anything else right now? I think we're good with what we have. Alright. We keep 275. I'll tell you what we've been committed to for like 2 years now. And it pisses people off when we play games where the UI has some sort of information on the top left. Unregistered Hypercam 2. I don't know when I implemented that. I really don't remember. It's something like 2 years ago. It's been there for 2 years now. Like, that thing was just an April Fool's... What in the world? That is... Physics are not physicking. Yeah, like, if, you know, you can see people's monies. Adds charm, right? Right? We're like a nostalgia streamer. We can add some hypercam in there. Yeah, the tutorial song. Oh yeah. This would be a great time to pull out Notepad. Start typing some nonsense. How many times have we done that on stream? Quite a few. Quite a few. Voices of the Void tutorial. And dude, they wouldn't know how to do Control A and backspace. They would just full select. Ooh. Amazing. I'm pretty sure I used this song for a tutorial once. I can't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure I did. They just stuck in a word and the rest of the video is just them auto-correcting themselves. Oh my god. Wait, I want to see that so bad now. I need to see somebody That would be a great meme video. Surely there's one that exists. I don't know if... Man, it's hot today. I don't know how the weather is for you guys. It is 26 degrees right now. It's actually crazy. Like, how? How did this happen? How did it come to this? Yesterday, it was like 9 degrees and windy. Hello? What? Huh? I can't pick my keyboard disconnect. Hello? Why? Rebooting. I saved specifically because I knew this would happen. It's like step 3 of doing something incredible, but can't get past the word, so the audience will never know. I gotta think about that. For next April Fool's Day, I'm just gonna do a tutorial video, upload it, or use it on OBS, and just be stuck on one word for like half an hour. Hey guys, this is a 100% guaranteed way to get over 1 million views on your YouTube video. Here's proof. They actually show, like, the statistics. They got over 2 million views on every video. So the first thing you're gonna need is a YouTube account. There's a whole stream. Dude, oh god. A whole stream? That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Well. All right, it went up to 64. Excellent. YouTube. Dude, I could swear I saw a video like that once before, and then they just like they cut the portion out, and it has it like completed. I remember a video like this. They got so annoyed. Oh man. Simpler times. Simpler times for sure. Ain't nobody making videos like that no more. And you know what's funny? I think I got so used to like no commentary videos and playthroughs that even today, like, if I'm gonna watch someone play through a game, it's either I'm watching a streamer do it and they just yap nonstop, or I'm watching a no commentary full playthrough on YouTube. I don't think I do anything else between that. We should probably get some upgrades for the Transformers at some point. So what is the actual... It just upgrades the stability. Okay, I think they have a lot of these. There's quite a few of those. So you said I can fix the cracks. I'm going to assume there's a tool. I really hope it's not what I think it is. Oh. I knew it would be cement. And I assume I need... What even is it called in English? What? Is it the wall fixer? What it's called in English isn't what it's called here? So it's just the wall fixer then. 5! Oh. Wall fixer. 100. Fix wall. I guess this is how I fix the wall. Cement. Which places do I want to fix first? Probably the office. We spend the most time here. This is just atrocious. Look at that. Oh, God. Look at that. I wonder if 1 cement equals... 1 of these, and this is it. This is, like, the radius. I'm gonna be so sad. It is. It's gonna be that way. I just read about something there I didn't know about. What, building the walls? I had a feeling, I saw cement earlier, and I was like, oh man. Oh. Damn. I don't know if we needed 2 bags. We'll see. Do I need water? I think we need water. Where did we put the... Oh. You know what? Whatever. It's given, Ico Summer Vacation 2018. Is it dirt? What the? I'm glad it's like ultra dry, super fast drawing concrete. What is happening? Make it go. You have no idea? No, what? Dude, if these cracks come back, this will be the last playthrough of this game ever. Oh my god, the beacon's gonna like crash and cause all these cracks to come back. I always call it the beacon, but it's not a beacon. Oh, come on. Yeah, the obelisk. What? I'm doing this one time. On God, if these cracks come back, I'm not doing it a second time. So let's enjoy the experience of seeing everything nice and clean in this singular room for the one instance. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to commit to more. It's so slow, cause I have to go get the concrete. It's just like, oh god, I'm getting PTSD. You guys ever do this? The amount of kitchens and like bathrooms and... Oh, god. Wow. Oh. I mean, if some of these come back because of some sort of catastrophic event, fine. But dude, if the entire room regains every single crack that we just patched up, I'm gonna be depressed. And then I'm gonna go play GTA instead. I'm gonna glitch more outfits. I'm an alien now. I was doing the, I never did the IAA missions before. And I didn't realize that. But I really like the badge that you get for like each mission, the outfits. So I went out of my way to glitch it. So now anytime that I want to make a new outfit with the IAA badge, I can do it. Have some sick glitch outfits. I used to have the Rayman one. You know, the one that like so many people have where it's like no it's like no ankles basically. But you still have your, and also no arms, but you have the hands and the legs, the feet rather. Yeah. Badge? Yeah, so if you do those IAA missions, you get a little, like, thing around your neck, like a little, I don't know, a thing. An IAA official pass thing. It was cool, I wanted it, so. I think you can also get FIB. Yeah, I got the little alien dude. Little alien outfit. I will say, this game is great for just yapping. Who needs just chatting streams when you can just play Voices of the Void and yap? Hey, man. Well, this is satisfactory for however long it exists. Yeti biker, leather jacket, and top hat, and then I got like Spider Noir. That's awesome. I only have the alien. That's really the only one I have. There's one I want to make, but I wanted to make one with a gas mask. The problem is that you're bald with it. Like, not normal bald, but like the hair textures are bugged. So you have the gas mask, but you have this like weird, almost stretched out hair texture if you try to bug it out like that. I'm sure we'll be needing this again soon. It's cool they have something to let us fix that, in all honesty. The mask's auto-scale to fit the outfit. The second time you have it on, it's weird. Yeah. Yeah, the alien one originally was like, it was showing like a part of my nose or something. It was like, oh no, it's my cheeks. I look like Pikachu. I was like, man, that sucks, but then it went away. My other character, my alt, I use that character for like the GTA Japan lobbies. You know, everyone had a female character there. So I was running one. And they showed me how to do the glitch where you can have the heist bag on you. So I still have one of the OG outfits on that character. I think you can just get that by default now. Pretty sure. Oh, ads again? Okay, well, we'll let him play. and we'll just chill here for a little bit. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. I found my old iPhone. And how we were talking about, like, phones and, like, what I might use at some point if I'll change over to Samsung. And then I really looked at how much I have saved through, like, iCloud and stuff. And I'm like, man, that's rough. I mean, really, let me think about it. How long have I had the... When did it release? I always Google this because I always forget. iPhone 13 Pro Max release date. Got a release date here? (2021) of September 2021. So, I mean, the battery lasted me 6 years before it became problematic. It's not like end game problematic. I'm obviously V-tubing with it right now, which is why it's struggling, but problematic in the sense of I have to charge it basically every night, except for weekends. Basically, when I'm not streaming, it's fine. But I'll end up being at like 40% by the end of the day, even if I don't use it too much. It's not terrible. It's better than the old way of iPhone batteries. But I think they're making a flip phone similar to Samsung's and are using the same like design almost. Sometime in September, so I might just wait. I wanted the Z Flip. Curious about the design though. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Damn, we're already at 4 hours today. I guess I did do VTuber guessing for 2 hours. Oops. Quite the stall. You know, on the bright side, we won't have to do that anymore. Because now it's going to be one a day.
Hello.
Whoa.
Hi.
Scared me. Now it's going to be one a day. Again. Till I forget. Alright, they're over. My old argument used to be iMessage, but that's it's irrelevant now. They basically made it so everything works like iMessage through a collaborative effort. Wow. Did I ever check this? You have metal in here? I guess we need electronic scrap more than anything now. We can check the Transformers, that might be the play. Transformer 1 had a bunch of stuff around it still, so. I'm just waiting for the new daily stuff. Let's put this away. Where do we put the tools? Here. I'm just trying to enjoy the nice, clean environment before I start shredding more chairs and everything gets messed up again. Hey, man. It's kind of funny they just go here. That was a jumbo huge signal over there. Sierra, Delta, and whiskey. What's everyone's drink of choice if you do partake? If you participate? I'm just a rum guy. I'm about the rum. Monster. Right. Right. Well, that is a terrible choice. I am downvoting you. What? Hey, cider, yeah. I like rum, whiskey. I don't really drink much. I don't even hate beer, honestly. I think beer's fine. Just depends where you get it from, or what kind. I like Guinness. Which apparently is overrated, but way. Sub man. I'm just gonna walk. Dude, the ATV's too loud. Can I lower the ATV volume? Yeah, but if I do, like... Microphone permission. Nah, it's fine. We'll just walk. Take a little prance outside. Overrated maybe by some. Perfectly average drink that has a lot of points of failure if not served right. Yes. I don't get that picky with flavor. I mean, I drink just straight black coffee most days. There's a drink I mentioned at one point. It is from Japan. It's supposedly green tea, but it's not. It's like unsweetened cold green tea, I guess, in a sense. I would never recommend it to anybody, in all honesty. It's not the ideal drink, but I got used to it and I liked it for a good time. Sierra, this is where the pigs normally show up. I think. It'd be quite comedic if it appeared here during the night. I think it's too soon for them. Belta. You guys like the color yellow? I feel like I used to really not. And then, like, I got some clothing that's yellow, and I'm like, this is pretty decent. It's aight. But you know me, I go through my color phases like 18 times. That's not true. Red has been my favorite color for a long time. And Blurple. OG Blurple. And Ultraviolet Purple. Or just Ultraviolet, whatever. Oh yeah, and mint green. Or sea green. Shelter green. That's what I always call it. What was the last one? Dude, it is so hot today. Like... It's an AC angle for real. Not looking forward to the orbs of doom. I don't remember how far whiskey was. I feel like I used to be really good at pinpointing every single one, and I don't remember. Yeah, I just like plain Guinness that you get from like your average store. Although I'm sure if I tried like authentic, real, properly made, it would be revolutionary. It'd be a game changer. I don't doubt it. Then I'll have to learn how to make it myself. They get in the store, like cans? Yeah. They also have like the glass bottles, but those are really expensive, so we don't go out of our way to do that. But I don't particularly drink very often anyway. It's not like it fully matters. Very rare occasions. Typically holidays or something. Cans are better since 2020 apparently, but still nothing like a pint for the pub. Especially served by the oldest man behind the counter and not in Temple Bar. Damn. Rip Temple Bar. Oh, tourist trap. Yeah, I feel like it's always good to know at least one person from the country you're visiting so that you do not get tourist trapped. But last time that I trusted someone like that, they kind of just... What the... This is not Kumi. What's up, Corbin? I recognize the name. This is not Kumi, you're right. Does Kumi still have me under the recommended streamers? That's awfully nice of her. She crazy for that. You're right, this is not Kumi. You're right. Is it the end of the week yet? Saturday. Damn it. Damn it all. I think she just came back yesterday, right? She was away for a little bit. I heard she went to the beach. Awesome. I want to go to the beach. Now is the best time. Well, summer's the best time. What is this? I'm gonna get a signal. Oh, okay. I suppose we can make an exception. This one time. I was distracted by like weird noise, but I was saying that I had a homie that I trusted to give me a proper tour of Canadium, and it kind of sucked. They just avoided all attractions. To them these were all tourist traps. I'm like, no, man. No. So yeah, Canada sucks. We'll never return. Surely I handed everything in, right? Right? Hey, what? Dude. My scroll wheel. New mouse and what for? To get scammed. Ultra scammed. Ultra Lord. Job's done. Job's done. Sweet. Sweet. Alright. Got our daily done. Got that going. We got 400 again. So look at our points really quick. Wow, 32. We need more coolers. But to do that, we need more rechargeable batteries, and we need 4 electronic scrap, which we don't have. Wow. I guess I can go to TR1 and see if we can do that. Oh, Kerfus. Alright, lead the way, buddy. I'm saving. Wait, your shoes are faster than mine. Hold on. Well, this is the second time this has happened. The last playthrough, I couldn't even get it to happen once. I'm impressed. Are you able to even... Aren't you gonna start falling here in a moment? No, my bad. How's the process? Well, there you go. Come on, buddy. We don't have all day. Or night, for that matter. Dude, please. If you fall, I swear to God. Do you want help? Okay. Here. Hold on. Just, dude, just hold up. Alright? There you go. Lead on. Jeez. Oh. Okay. I've never pre-planned for this. Can I just grab it now? You can tell me. I don't really... More importantly, will I get radioactive poisoning from this? Because the old strat I did is I grabbed it and then I just immediately deposited it into my suitcase. "24 hours? Wait, I thought you just..." Ow. Oh! I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a phase 2 here. Ow! Ow! We got a whole audience. Ooh. The joust. Woohoo. Oh. Oh my god! Hit him! Come on! Ow. He's going crazy! Oh god! Ah! Oh my god. It's cooked. No! Thank you guys for watching here. This oh wow. Yeah, I had a feeling, wait, what if I just like spammed attacking him at the but I wanted to be a respectful opponent. Huh. I think I hit one of these guys during that excursion. That's okay. I think it was worth it for that. Yeah, and then I started spam attack. Well, you know what? To be fair, he was going X game mode. I'm like, he's gonna kill me. I need to be a little bit cheap. Oh yeah, I know. I hit him like so many times. Kerfer part. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite the time. Quite the combat. Yeah, that was the first zombie Kerfus we've ever fought. Or seen, because I never actually saw it. Huh? Alright, Kerfus, let's go home. I don't think we're wanted here anymore. Wait, what is this? Yeah, we want all the metal. TBH honest. That was good. That was good. So do I have radiation poisoning now? Shift left click? I don't think so. What is shift left click? Oh, I don't. Okay, I thought... Well, you said a radiation knife. Or knife poisoning. I'm like, okay. So he has a radioactive knife? Not bad. I brought no food, so I had no real healing method aside from, the bandages, and I wasn't bleeding out, so those didn't count. Literally only a bandage. I had to lock in because I was like, well, hold on. If I reload, I feel like it's all gonna just... He's gonna despawn. I didn't want to risk that. Ooh. Well, that certainly, where did I put the... I mean, it's... Oh, it's in here, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so... The head is one original Kerfer part, one AI module, one glass scrap. Can we, font? 2 plastic, 1 metal. 2 electronics, 1 glass scrap. Okay. We need 1 original Kerfer part for this. And a camera. Oh, I still need the capsule. Oh, okay. Oh, so you have to do... How else are you gonna get the module? So we need the joints. Damn, this is a lot more difficult than I remember. I'm gonna put in here. With the 2 limb joints. Gamer. Video gaming. That felt pretty good. Felt pretty good. I don't know, it reminded me of a certain combat. Maybe like TF2? When you're like meleeing as Scout with the baseball bat? But like, the swings were a lot slower. Something about it, like, immediately rekindled some sort of gameplay mechanic. Some sort of like, something in me. And I was like, wait, I know how to beat him. Yeah, I was like Scout. This seems good. Why? I can use it for this and save. It is too good. You can't use it to save. You need the other one. Well, with the Kerfer parts? I mean, I have... Do these even count? Because they're not, it doesn't say original Kerfer part. I assume it counts. Oh, they don't? Okay. I mean, it's not a huge deal. We're just gonna take apart the Kerfus we already know, we already have. Or I'll buy a second one. It never does feel good to dismantle him. Close. That's why I always get a second one. Oh, so there's a way to get the AI module beyond that? Actually, let's just leave these here. Let me get all the Kerfer stuff. We're just gonna put in there. Yeah, I figured it's either gonna be a really tedious process, or we luck out and just get the combat sequence. Just wasn't sure what the combat sequence was at the time. I saw Grimmy do like a small part of it, but I was like falling asleep. So all I heard her say was, Kerfer! 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 I'm like, what is going on? I looked for a moment, I just saw like some sort of Kerfus jumping at her, and it didn't really register in my head at the time. Oh no. Game's kind of going through it today, chugging along, but I don't actually think it's the game's fault. I think it's how hot it is in my room right now. It's kind of rough. We should probably go to Eeper. Thank you, Kerfus. You the best. Once again, we are sleeping through the daytime. My thoughts are now, do I want to commit to getting Kerfus first in the completed form, or do I want to do the crypto miner? One is passive income. The other one is do you need to spend anything more for Kerfo? Well, there's a lot of parts I'm gonna need, right? I need a second Kerfus. I need the scrap. What's up, Trog? Oh, also, yeah, the high quality camera. Man. Wow. Thank you. Some real food. Hey there, my little mech. How's the crippling darkness? Just want to let you know, I did some baking over the weekend. And I know you'll be sick of those probably decade-old dumbass MREs. You'll appreciate some genuine French cuisine made by a professional such as myself, haha. Anyway, croissants for you, raspberry drizzle, enjoy. And don't like starve to death or anything, okay? Still miss you, asshole. Wow, she likes me. Wow. Well, this has reminded me. I'm gonna order some shrimp. We have a delivery to go make. I don't know what that noise was. Lock it up. What's up, lugs? Yeah, at long last, nice and clean. For now. Things will fall apart soon, I'm sure. But, you know, I can't complain. Can't complain. We're about to go deliver some cool stuff for our soon-to-be friends. What's up? What's up, guys? Who are they? Oh, those guys? Just big fans. You know, they actually watched me, they watched my boxing match last night. Yeah, I had a pretty big fight. A lot of scrapping. But you know, sometimes... Oh, here's exactly where the fight went down, actually. Yeah. See? It's quite the fight. There was more blood. There was a lot more. This is the opponent right here. This is the opponent. Yep. Oh, alright, well. You're not killing chat, are you? You know, only in my dreams, really. No, but chat is in this game. Is chat in this game? Is it just something called chat? Chat is the pigs, dude. You guys are the robot, like the robo pigs. You won't freaking leave me alone. Oh, it's like a device? No, there's no Twitch. I don't think there is. No, I don't think there's any Twitch integration. Hello, friends. What is that? What is this? Phone. Great. Is it because I pissed them off? What was it? I keep missing them. Are you paranoid? Oh, the sound was there. You found their stash. Did you open their stuff? No, but I did pick up their phone. And then I couldn't save because the ominous noise happened. Oh, I mean, I guess I took the poster. I just wanted to know what it was. There's no dirty magazines. Probably, there probably are. I kind of want their phone. How mad would they be? Don't touch another person's phone. Why? They didn't even react. I let them shrimp. Few friends that freak out if you touch their phone. I don't really have much to hide. I don't really... Wow. Would you look at that? Yeah, actually, you know, I was looking at it just now. It's like an alien freerun, almost. I should really watch season 2. I'm too lazy with anime these days. This is gonna disappear before I get it all over. Oh yeah, it's on. We're not gonna get it. No. Quick. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. No. I think we're gonna get beat up soon. I think they're gonna show up and toss a couple stuff at us, potentially. I did touch their phone. That does warrant them probably tossing all of my furniture at me. Again. Whoa! Well, you know what? At long last, while it is temporarily clean... Whoa, look at that! Can't wait for all the cracks to come back and ruin my life. Stuff cement? Sure. It'll, I don't know how long it'll last, to be honest. But I made my statement very clear. If these cracks come back, we're leaving them. We have a fair amount left. Yeah, they're in the bucket. And some just leftover cement. Check the bucket. Well, are they gonna... They're gonna, like, dry up in there? That would low-key suck. I think it already has. Solid concrete. I guess we should use what we got. Oh. Nope. Oh, the cracks won't reappear? Oh. Oh, well, I don't mind. I kind of figured the concrete would probably dry up. Looks like a candle wick. Or just candle. Without the wick. Ads, which are, you know, just in time, because we're probably going to be calling it today anyways. We did quite a lot. Quite a lot. We got our combat sequence. We got some dailies done. More cleaning. Got rid of the cracks. I think that was a good and successful journey for today. And I'm hungry. I am hungry. Alright, Huglorpen. I mean, I guess we'll wait for the ads to end. Fantastic timing on those. But I believe we'll be concluding for today. Well, in the meantime, be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord if you've not done so already. I'd greatly appreciate it. We'll continue tomorrow. We might play Lethal Company on Wednesday. No guarantees there yet. We have to look at all the updates and make sure everything's stable. It's also just, it's too hot in this room right now. Too hot. Warm. How much long on the ads? 20 seconds? 25. Those bloody pesky ads. All right, gamers. Well, GG's. Thanks for hanging out today. Sorry that I ended on an ad break. I have some control over that, but it doesn't show me anymore because I removed the chat because I have Chat Arena. Big mistake. Yeah, true. You're right. Get that bag. You're right. Well, listen, gamers. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. GG's. More voices probably tomorrow. It might be a little bit of an off week. We might have some in betweens where there won't be streams. There's a lot that I gotta get done. Like we got 2 quizzes, an exam. The assignments are easy. Get those done. It's mostly the 2 quizzes and exam, but should get them done. Thumbs up. GG's. I'm sending you guys over to Elite. Thanks for hanging out today. And see you tomorrow. Peace.